Let me once again thank you and your delegation for joining us for this historic meeting of our two great nations, of the two most beautiful countries in the world that offer the very best to the entire world. So I thank you. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. President. I now have the honor to request the co-chair, President Mnangagwa, for closing remarks, Mr. President.
Your Excellency, my dear young brother, Matamela Cyril Ramaphosa, President of the Republic of South Africa, Honorable Mashatile, Vice President of the Republic of South Africa, Professor Amon Murira, Minister of Foreign Affairs, International Trade of the Republic of Zimbabwe, Honorable Lamola, Minister of International Relations and Cooperation of the Republic of South Africa, Honorable Ministers and Deputy Ministers who are here, Permanent Secretary for Foreign Affairs and International Trade of the Republic of Zimbabwe, Ambassador Chimbili, the Director General of the Department of International Relations and Cooperation of the Republic of South Africa, Comrade Zane Dango, other senior government officials, ladies and gentlemen, comrades and friends, Your Excellency, as we come to the conclusion of the fourth session of the Zimbabwe-South Africa Bi-National Commission, I wish to thank you, my dear co-chair, on what has been a highly productive session which has set out the key priorities and strategic direction of our bilateral relationship going forward. I am pleased that this meeting was conducted in the spirit of friendship and camaraderie that reflects our excellent bilateral cooperation, underpinned by mutual respect, solidarity, shared values, and common history of struggle against colonialism and apartheid. This legacy has nurtured enduring bonds between our two countries and should continue to guide the collective response to contemporary and future challenges, while inspiring us to seize new opportunities for shared prosperity. When South Africa thrives, Zimbabwe thrives too, and vice versa. Co-chair and dear young brother, your astute leadership and stewardship has been instrumental towards guiding us to successful outcomes of this BNC. I also wish to appreciate the co-chairpersons of the ministerial and senior official sessions for steering deliberations in order to deliver tangible results. Let us applaud ourselves for a job well done. We agreed to reduce over-reliance on distant markets as a way to build resilience from external shocks. Going forward, we should implement the identified high-impact priority projects, which include cross-border manufacturing value chains, infrastructure development projects, and agriculture, as well as mineral beneficiation, among other strategic and transformational economic projects. The construction of the third Limpopo Bridge and operationalization of the one-stop border post are priorities that are vital in facilitating seamless movement of goods, services, and people across our borders. In this respect, Zimbabwe is committed to remove all the tariff and non-tariff barriers to trade. We are also ready to resolve the challenges faced by South African entities operating in Zimbabwe. Our mantra, Zimbabwe is open for business, reflects our commitment to improve both the ease of doing business as well as forge cross-border investment partnerships. Your Excellency and dear young brother, Zimbabwe looks forward to South Africa taking steps to develop land allocated to it at the Museum of African Liberation in Zimbabwe. The museum provides a unique platform to showcase the country's heroic anti-apartheid struggle and its significant contribution to the liberation of the African countries. This will go a long way in preserving this legacy, as well as inspiring present and future generations. Let me once again convey our profound gratitude to the government and the people of South Africa for the invaluable support towards Zimbabwe's election as a non-permanent member of the United Security Council. We thank you, my dear brother. We reaffirm our readiness to serve with humility, integrity, and an unwavering commitment to the principles of the United Nations Charter, and to collaborate with other members of the Security Council and indeed the entire membership of the UN family to promote international peace and security. We are also deeply grateful for your country's consistent support and principled advocacy for the unconditional removal of the stupid illegal sanctions which were imposed on Zimbabwe more than 2.5 decades ago by some Western countries. My dear brother, Your Excellency, today we have adopted important decisions and witnessed the signing of several legal instruments in various fields of cooperation. We must now translate these commitments into tangible outcomes through concrete actions that deliver meaningful benefits for our countries and our people. Let us fully utilize our decision-making system to monitor the implementation of these decisions and take corrective action where we are found lacking. To you, my dear young brother, it is always a pleasure to co-chair the BNC with you. Thank you for your openness and the spirit of revolutionary comradeship you always bring to the table and discussions. To all our ministers and officials who are here, I say thank you for your commitment and dedication to duty. It is rare that we get commendation from presidents. I'm confident that the win-win outcomes of this BNC will contribute significantly to our shared developmental agenda. I say thank you again, my dear brothers.
Thank you, Your Excellencies. That concludes the official business for the 4th Bi-National Commission. Your Excellencies, President Mnangagwa, luncheon is served in your honor, Your Excellency. Your Excellencies will be conducted to the Leaders' Lounge where luncheon will be served. Ministers may join the Excellencies in the Leaders' Lounge. Senior officials will dine to my left-hand side in the Multi-Purpose Center where they dined yesterday. Your Excellencies, after the luncheon, we will then depart to Galaga Center for the South Africa-ZImbabwe Business Forum. I thank you for your attention.
His deputy that are in the US, I think that we're beginning to see the fruits of the work that we've been engaged with. The current situation is that the Senate has passed AGOA renewal for the next 2 years. It still has to go to Congress, it still has to go to the White House. We do anticipate that it will possibly go to Congress in September, late September, and then to the White House immediately after that for ratification. Our view is that we should celebrate the progress that we've made, the fact that on a bipartisan basis, all parties supported the renewal of AGOA and the inclusion of all countries that have been part of it. And of course, there's still a bit more work to do in Congress and a lot more work to do in the White House. We anticipate to have a delegation there in the next few weeks on the sidelines of the United Nations General Assembly. The team would go to both Washington, D.C., engage the White House and Congress, but also going to New York to engage in the work of the United Nations General Assembly.
Minister, on the issue of the tariffs, where are we with Washington?
Well, we've submitted proposals on an agreement on reciprocal tariffs to the U.S. We are awaiting their response in this regard. That constitutes part of the discussions that we're having with them to say how do we get to a point of agreement. One of the areas that we needed to resolve with them is that we're part of a customs union, the Southern Africa Customs Union, and therefore, because we have a common external tariff, it is important to engage as SACU. The U.S. has said no, we would want to engage with individual countries, in particular South Africa, and that has been one of the complicating issues in our engagements. We continue to engage with them to reach understanding. We had a meeting of the ministers, the Council of Trade Ministers of SACU last week. We reaffirmed our position that our reality is that we have a common external tariff, but that to the extent that we need to continue to engage, South Africa would lead the engagements, and if and when necessary, we would take our counterparts with us in our engagements with the U.S.
And finally, Minister, we have learned a hard way. We have learned a hard way as the country in terms of the external factors at times in relation to trade. Lots of lessons, whether you look at the war in Ukraine, the Middle East, and the new U.S. administration when it came in with the tariffs and that confusion whether AGOA will be renewed. Are we as a country looking at alternative markets so that we are not found wanting? Should there be other external factors?
Certainly, we're looking at alternative markets. We've been working on alternative markets. We are engaged in trade negotiations to finalize preferential trade agreements with a number of countries, including an agreement with Canada, an agreement with Switzerland, an agreement with the UAE, Saudi Arabia. We engaged in negotiations with India as SACU. We also engaged with China in relation to the implementation of the zero tariff proposals that they've given us. We were there recently. We did engage on what the next steps are to ensure permanence of the arrangement that we've entered into. But we do value current trade partners. We think that as a country that's non-partisan, we should continue to work with trading partners across the board, but our reality is that we also need to de-risk in instances where there's volatility in the trade environment, and we're very conscious of that, and we've put in a lot of effort. I mean, you would see that as a result of these negotiations, our trade on agricultural products has increased in China. We've looked at various other markets for access to market, but we've said, for example, to China, to the UAE and others, it's important that we improve the quality of trade. So currently, the bulk of our trade is on primary products. It's on minerals and agricultural products. And our engagement now, we've given the Chinese a set of 100 products that seek to increase the quality of trade that we have with them. So it's not just about access, it's also about the quality of trade that we have.
Thank you so much, Minister, for your time.
Thank you.
Thank you.
All the best.
Thank you.
This is who we are. More than 60 million different voices echoing in harmony from the southernmost part of the continent, where ordinary people have carved their names in an extraordinary history by showing the world that peace is always better than war. Our reach is not limited by our borders, bringing joy in people's hearts and a spark of rhythm to their moves. This is the welcome home of opportunity, inspiring millions to look here in search of a better life, and sharing our best with the world. We are home to undulating mountains, flowers, endless seas, the beautiful animal.
The world now craves what's rare and true, a taste of dreams in vibrant hue. From Zimbabwean soils, our stories rise, handcrafted hope neath boundless skies. With hands that weave and carve with grace, our heritage finds its global place. From stone to thread, our colors sing, a whole culture shared on tradeway. The earth gives fruit, both sweet and bold, nurtured to thrive in markets gold. Through trade fairs and missions, our produce fly from local fields to foreign skies. Exports ignite with guidance bright. Zimtrade awards and workshops lift their light. No dreams too small, no reach too wide, as new giants rise with Zimbabwean pride. From expo floors at the Zimbabwe Pavilion, the world now knows our treasured brand. Each handshake forged, each deal we make, plants our flag where new dawns break. With every step, with every sail, the Zimbabwean heart will never fail. We craft our future, bold and wise, from local roots to global rise.
May I invite us, colleagues, ladies and gentlemen, to rise as the presidents join us, and we take this opportunity to welcome our host, President Cyril Ramaphosa, and his guest, and indeed colleague, President Mnangagwa. Welcome to the presidents. As we remain standing, I would request that we start with a rendition of the national anthems of South Africa and Zimbabwe. We may take our seats. Thank you very much. President of the Republic of South Africa, Mr. Cyril Ramaphosa, President of the Republic of Zimbabwe, Dr. Emmerson Mnangagwa, Honorable Ministers and Deputy Ministers, members of the Zimbabwean delegation, representatives of organized business, captains of industry, development finance institutions, our senior government officials, ladies and gentlemen of the media, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon. It is a great pleasure to welcome you to the presidential session of the South Africa-Zimbabwe Business Forum. This gathering takes place as part of the fourth session of the South Africa-Zimbabwe Bi-National Commission. South Africa and Zimbabwe are neighboring countries, but our relationship has always extended far beyond geography. Our people are connected through history, family, culture, land, and commerce, as well as by a shared struggle for freedom. These enduring bonds have shaped a relationship characterized by solidarity, mutual respect, and a common commitment to the advancement of our region. South Africa will always value the solidarity extended by the people of Zimbabwe during our struggle against apartheid. That history remains an important foundation for our bilateral relationship and calls on us to translate the bonds of the past into a partnership that delivers shared prosperity, opportunity, and development for the generations of today and tomorrow. The Limpopo River should therefore be understood not as a boundary between two countries, but as a bridge connecting our people and our economies. That is why the theme of this business forum, and I quote, catalyzing economic resilience, strategic trade, and investment partnerships for the future, close quote, allows us to establish a deeper economic and industrial relationship that is built on already strong foundations. Ladies and gentlemen, our economic relationship is already substantial. In 2025, direct bilateral trade reached approximately 81.1 billion rand compared to the 74.5 billion in 2024. South African exports to Zimbabwe amounted to approximately 72.3 billion, while imports from Zimbabwe amounted to approximately 8.8 billion rand. Zimbabwe remains an important market for South African goods, while South Africa remains Zimbabwe's largest source of imports. The current structure of our trade continually encourages us to work together to build an increasingly balanced, diversified, and productive two-way economic relationship. Excuse me. This requires that we connect firms across borders. We must, by default, create stronger supplier and production linkages. And it means that we must build regional value chains capable of competing not only within SADC, but across the Africa continental free trade area. During the Bi-National Commission, we deliberated extensively on some of the issues facing business, including accessing foreign currency and extracting earnings out of our respective economies. We welcome Zimbabwe's commitment to address some of these issues through sustained engagement and with the timelines attached, and indeed we commit to reciprocate. Ladies and gentlemen, against this backdrop, I would like to invite representatives of organized business to share views held by the private sector. They will also share the resolutions that business has undertaken as part of private sector contribution to the resilience of our two economies. Mr. Gregory Mofokeng, Vice President of the Black Business Council, will provide his overview and will be followed by Ms. Sekai Kuvarika, Chief Executive Officer of the Confederation of Zimbabwe Industries. Colleagues, you have the floor. Thank you very much.
His Excellency, the President of the Republic of South Africa, Mr. Cyril Ramaphosa, His Excellency, the President of the Republic of Zimbabwe, Dr. Mnangagwa. Let me stand on the established protocol. As already announced, my name is Gregory Mofokeng, and I will be representing organized business in this feedback session. Presidents, we have met as the business sectors, we have deliberated, and we have arrived at certain resolutions which we'd like to share with you this afternoon. The plenary discussions will be covered by my co-presenter. I will go directly into the discussions as well as some of the resolutions that were taken in our breakaway sessions. The first breakaway sessions I will focus on is the cross-border synergy, linking special economic zones for regional value chain optimization. In terms of the key themes that were covered, we looked at digitizing and streamlining cross-border processes to address persistent border-related challenges and to reduce administrative bottlenecks, and further to improve the efficiency of trade facilitation. We also resolved to look into greater emphasis that should be placed on interoperable digital systems rather than relying on solely the establishment of one-stop border posts. We further resolved that there must be a joint cross-border value chains to promote regional industrialization, increase value addition, and to enable SADC countries to collectively produce and export finished goods to markets beyond the African continent. We also resolved to strengthen the integration of economic and industrial zones by linking zones across borders and establishing a joint cross-border corridor management institute to coordinate infrastructure, logistics, trade facilitation, investment, and corridor development. Lastly, we resolved to enable greater private sector leadership in cross-border integration by allowing businesses to drive practical integration initiatives, partnerships, investment, and value chain development, and to also work collaboratively to look at regulatory and legislative frameworks that should be developed and further refined to support and institutionalize successful initiatives. His Excellencies, we do recognize that we operate in extremely legislated environments, and we appreciate the work that our legislators do. But from a business perspective, we do believe that there are other initiatives that we can do and implement those initiatives as we await the long processes that our legislatives often take, thus delaying some of the reforms that we want to see as business. So we'll be very much proactive in terms of implementing some of these resolutions that we are proposing before you this afternoon. The last breakaway session that I will focus on is in building industrial capacity, deepening manufacturing and machinery integration across the corridor. The broad theme there was building strong partnerships and robust industrial sectors that are essential to drive regional industrialization. Further establishing retooling corridors for plant and machinery, which will provide the necessary technical capacity to support our economic growth. And one of the key resolutions coming out of there was that we do need to have strong partnerships and robust industrial sectors that are essential to drive regional industrialization, and that we must take practical measures to establish retooling corridors for plant and machinery that will provide the technical capacity that we do require to sustain the current growth that we're experiencing as a region. And so, His Excellency's colleagues, that will be my contribution towards the feedback session this afternoon. I will then open the floor and invite my co-presenter from Zimbabwe to come and give you the rest of the presentation. Thank you very much for the opportunity.
Your Excellency, the President of the Republic of South Africa, Mr. Cyril Ramaphosa, Your Excellency, the President of the Republic of Zimbabwe, Dr. Emmerson Mnangagwa. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen, all protocol observed. I will continue from where my colleague left off. This morning, Your Excellencies, we sought to engage on a broad agenda that took us through investment, trade, infrastructure connectivity, special economic zones, and industrial integration, which connects our economies. One of the key discussions this morning also centered on the fact that bilateralism is where regional integration becomes real, and that bilateralism will enable us to scale into regional integration, and regional integration will enable us to scale into continental integration and provide us with the ability to trade with the rest of the world. One of the key discussions this morning was about critical minerals and the endowments that both our countries possess, and the industrial depth that both our countries possess at different levels, and the complementarity of the financial systems that are in both our countries, and how these could be utilized to ensure that Zimbabwe and South Africa build the base to become the center for the next economy, which is based on critical minerals as the world transitions from a fossil-driven industrial architecture. The future of global industrialization resources are in both our countries, and deliberately between the private sector and government and our respective governments, we can create the opportunity for global relevance and global recognition, and for us to participate in this global economy. We also discussed, Your Excellencies, our appreciation of the Bi-National Commission and the relevance that we find in beginning to build a similar institutional architecture and framework for collaboration between our respective private sector organizations. Our bilateral relationship is critical and important, and our governments have taken the decision to have this binational, and we ought to complement that by ensuring that the relationship between private sector across the region is also structured and more deliberate. In our industrialization and deepening of mechanization session, one of the key points that also came out of there was what would be the role of the private sector in driving the mineral-driven industrialization and manufacturing agenda between the two countries. Various opportunities were discussed, some of them, of course, in the critical minerals, some of them in the steel value chain, some of them even in the gold sector that relate to an exchange of equipment for the mining, but also for value addition purposes. It was discussed that there's a possibility that lithium supply into the lithium battery value chain could benefit from stronger ties between these respective industries across the region. The issue of partnerships across our industries was emphasized, that joint ventures to create manufacturing capabilities on both sides of the border are going to be a critical part of our collaboration in the private sectors. Financing of industrialization is one other issue that was raised, and it was largely agreed that we do need to ensure that we optimize the capital that is available between Zimbabwe and South Africa, so that the collaborations that we are seeking can yield the results that would drive at scale the results that we are seeking in the region and on the continent. We will finalize our submission from the private sector groups and submit this to the authorities. And I would like to end by emphasizing one of the themes that we have already demonstrated, that our bilateral engagement and relationship is a relationship that has been beneficial for both our economies. And the private sector is going to step up to play a more effective role to realize results in the future economy. I thank you.
Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen. Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, that represents the reports which are reflective of the outcomes of engagements from our business leaders, constituted by 250 delegates, with 191 from South Africa and 67 from Zimbabwe. Your Excellencies, it gives me great pleasure to invite my colleague and counterpart who will share his perspectives on how government and business must work in partnership to expand trade, mobilize investment, and build the productive capacity of our region. Ladies and gentlemen, please help me to welcome Professor Amon Murira, Minister of Foreign Affairs and International Trade, Republic of Zimbabwe.
Thank you, my dear brother. Your Excellency, President Emmerson Mnangagwa, Your Excellency, President Matamela Cyril Ramaphosa, thank you for giving us this chance to address you at this business forum. I just want to start by saying that at his inauguration on 24 November 2017, one of the key objectives of the President of the Republic of Zimbabwe, His Excellency Dr. Emmerson Mnangagwa, was to integrate Zimbabwe into the global economy as a key participant in that global economy, not as a horse to be ridden. But he accompanied this with key doctrines. One of the doctrines is that Zimbabwe is open for business. And the next doctrine is that Zimbabwe is a friend to all and an enemy to none. And most of all, and what is very important, is umvukela wengqondo, chimurenga chepfungwa, knowing very well that we are our own liberators, knowing very well that we have to do away with all laws that do not lead to open for business. Furthermore, Zimbabwe is Pan-African in terms of values, as codified in its constitution on section 12, subsection 2. It says Zimbabwe must integrate into Africa. It says that we must be able to have extremely very good neighborliness, but that neighborliness has to be accompanied by business integration, integrating the economy into the region. This he backed up by his doctrine, which he calls the neighborhood first principle. It then determines exactly how we are relating with the Republic of South Africa, which means we are together in the morning, in the afternoon, in the night, in month number 1, in month number 12, in year number 1, up to year infinity. Always Zimbabwe to the north and South Africa to the south. We always say we are together, and their excellencies in the morning emphasize the words that we are one people. Based on this, it shapes our business relationship with South Africa, which His Excellency, the President of the Republic of Zimbabwe, has said he has to be opened completely. To this end, he has put propositions of reform, which says all tariffs must fall, of course, on a reciprocal basis. That's creating a business environment where capital is safe in Zimbabwe, where people are safe, where people can transact in that country. Having built this strong foundation, exports grew from about 2 billion in 2017 to 20 billion today. The GDP grew by about 1,000%. This is the environment that has been created for business. To that end, you can see that Zimbabwe has developed now a steel industry, which we believe is very important in our relationship with South Africa. A huge mining industry, most of it in terms of PGMs, 70% of the PGMs that are processed in South Africa are coming from Zimbabwe. This is the relationship that we have had. This is the environment that has been created. And through these progressive policies, Your Excellencies, we want business in South Africa and business in Zimbabwe to thrive. And using the concept of umvukela wengqondo, chimrenga chepfungwa, it means all colonial laws that were preventing business between Zimbabwe and South Africa have to go. In terms of the transportation of our goods, they have to be transported uniformly. It means all our transport networks must be very friendly. All our border infrastructures have to be very friendly to business, so that we fight one thing: we fight poverty. We say our solidarity, just to finish, is both our shield and our spear. Our solidarity is our shield against negative forces that try to disturb us. But our solidarity is also our spear to fight poverty. So the symbol of the shield and spear is a symbol against all threats, not against each other. Based on this, Your Excellencies, our BNC has worked progressively to remove all obstacles that prevent good business between South Africa and Zimbabwe. Although there is already very good business, it could be much better. Not in billions, like it's 6 billion now. It must be in trillions. There is nothing that can prevent that. When our people are satisfied in terms of their needs, food, shelter, and everything, there is a less chance for negative competition. We believe that through our business, our BNC today, their excellencies have directed us that all tariffs, non-tariff barriers and tariff barriers have to fall on a reciprocal basis. I think this is the environment that we have created. This is the environment that their excellencies have blessed so that we fight one thing, and that thing is called poverty. I thank you.
Thank you very much, my dear brother. Your insights reflect that indeed South Africa and Zimbabwe have immense potential to deepen economic cooperation. As we move on, allow me, Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, to request us to rise as we welcome to the podium the President of the Republic of Zimbabwe to address this esteemed gathering. President Emmerson Mnangagwa, the delegates of South Africa and Zimbabwean business await your address.
Our Director of Ceremonies, my dear young brother, President Cyril Ramaphosa, President of the Republic of South Africa, honorable ministers and deputy ministers who are here, ambassadors and high commissioners, senior government officials, captains of industry and commerce, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, comrades and friends. It is a great honor to address this South Africa-Zimbabwe Business Forum, convened within the framework of the 4th session of the Bi-National Commission between our two countries. I wish to extend my appreciation to my dear young brother, President Cyril Ramaphosa. And to the government and people of the Republic of South Africa for the warm hospitality extended to me and my delegation. Firstly, I wish to acknowledge that our two countries enjoy excellent relations founded on history, solidarity, geography, and enduring people-to-people ties. Over the years, this relationship has matured into broad government-to-government cooperation across many areas of common interest. The Bi-National Commission is the apex of this cooperation. Our responsibility is to ensure that the decisions we make through this mechanism continue to create and expand opportunities for our people. This business forum is therefore an important part of that process. Government creates the framework for cooperation, but ultimately, it is our businesses that must invest, produce, trade, innovate, and create employment through leveraging our heritage-based resources. I have taken careful note of the exchanges made throughout this forum. Our ministers, officials, and business leaders have dealt extensively with issues affecting trade, investment, and economic cooperation between our two countries. Allow me, therefore, to further reflect on the opportunities that you, as businesses, stand to benefit from our efforts as leaders of our respective countries to improve the ease of doing business. Ladies and gentlemen, comrades and friends, the recent SADC engagements in Durban reiterated the need for industrialization to drive the regional development agenda. Our two countries are pivotal to this agenda. This has become even more important in the present global environment. Recent disruptions to global supply chains, tremendous growth in technological developments, and the growing competition for strategic resources have shown us that countries and regions which do not strengthen their own productive capabilities remain vulnerable. Our answer is not to withdraw from the world, but to participate in it from a stronger position. That position of strength is derived from closer cooperation back home and here. In Zimbabwe, President Ramaphosa, the philosophy guiding our development remains, I'll say it in Shona, then in English later, Nyika inovakwa nevenevayo ngesindebele oZulu ilizwe lakhiwa ngabanikazi balo. This is a call to responsibility and ownership, a call to our people to use their skills, their knowledge, resources, and ingenuity to build the country they want. We believe that this philosophy has relevance everywhere beyond our borders. Zimbabwe remains committed to cooperation with its neighbors, with the region, our continent, and the partners across the world. These partnerships must strengthen our ability to produce, to innovate, and to improve the livelihoods of our people. Our region is not poor in resources. We are endowed with critical minerals, fertile agricultural land, industries, universities, and technical institutions. But most importantly, we have young people with ideas, with energy, and with ambition. The task before us is to unlock their inherent acumen and energies for a better future. Our natural resources must increasingly feed industries within our own region and not create value for others elsewhere. Distinguished guests, I'm particularly encouraged by the innovations emerging from our universities, tertiary institutions, and innovation hubs. Our young people are developing ideas and prototypes in agriculture, in mining, in manufacturing, engineering, in energy, in information and technology, and in many other areas. What must now follow is production. An innovation which remains in a laboratory or an innovation hub has not yet delivered its full value to society is not useful. I therefore encourage our financial institutions, development finance institutions, and private investors to look more closely at the innovations emerging from our universities and technical institutions with a view to mass produce for the development of our economies. Your Excellencies, my dear young brother, Cyril Ramaphosa, President of the Republic of South Africa. I've given you 2 more countries. Some of the industrial solutions we require may already be sitting in the hands of our young people. This is where the relationship between Zimbabwe and South Africa assumes even greater importance. Our cooperation must not be limited to how much we sell to one another. We need to consider partnerships across the borders. That is what we can do together. Zimbabwean and South African businesses are already interconnected through trade in machinery, technology, inputs, services, and markets. The next step is to deepen collaboration by co-investing, fostering joint research between universities, advancing technological innovation through scientists and engineers, and mobilizing financiers to support regional high-impact priority projects. Then, our businesses can use these partnerships to reach markets beyond Zimbabwe and South Africa. This is how a bilateral relationship begins to contribute to the transformation of an entire region. Let us not shy to make mistakes in pursuit of development. At government level, we will continue providing political direction through the Bi-National Commission and other frameworks. We will continue building an environment in which productive investment can thrive, technology can be exchanged, innovation can be commercialized, and businesses can operate with confidence. We must equally continue working together within SADC, the African Union, and other platforms to advance the economic interests of our region. As markets open, our producers must supply it. This is the partnership required between the state, the private sector, academia, and our financial institutions. Comrades, ladies and gentlemen, Zimbabwe and South Africa have stood together at important moments in the history of Southern Africa. We have a responsibility to carry that solidarity into the economic development of our region. This is the true meaning of, in Shona, Nyika inovakwa nevenewayo. A country is built by its people. Ilizwe lakhiwa ngabanikazi balo ngesindebele. Our countries are built by their people, and we are those people. Zimbabwe stands ready, my dear young brother, Cyril, to continue working with South Africa in a spirit of mutual respect, solidarity, and a shared benefit towards a stronger, more self-reliant and industrialized Southern Africa. May God bless the people of the Republic of South Africa. May God bless the people of the Republic of Zimbabwe. May God bless our region and our continent. I thank you, comrades.
Thank you very much, Your Excellency. I'm sure that we have all witnessed the camaraderie and comradeship between our leaders. It was evident at the handover of the chairmanship of SADC from President Mnangagwa to President Ramaphosa on Monday in eThekwini, Durban, as South Africa assumed the chairmanship as handed over by Zimbabwe. Excellencies, colleagues, ladies and gentlemen, it now gives me great pleasure to once again invite us to rise and welcome to the podium His Excellency President Cyril Ramaphosa.
Thank you. Let's be seated, please. Your Excellency, my elder brother, President Emmerson Mnangagwa, ministers who are here present, deputy ministers, business leaders, and all guests and officials who are with us here. Just as I entered, I saw this sign here, South Africa-Zimbabwe, and my heart, that's before I saw Business Forum. My heart stopped for a while and I wondered, have I come to a place where we are announcing the emergence of one country called South Africa-Zimbabwe? Now, my heart missed a bit again when my elder brother seemed to make a mistake to say President of Cyril Ramaphosa, President of Zimbabwe and South Africa. So I think what he wanted to say is that I want to recognize this new country that has emerged and at the same time to install me. But he finally thought that, no, this is too early. I shouldn't do it now. It's a real joy to be in your presence, my elder brother, as we meet with business. And I welcome you and your delegation and all business leaders from Zimbabwe, as well as business leaders from South Africa. It's a real pleasure to find 250 business people from both our countries. And as I often say when I enter into rooms like this, I always sniff around. I sniff and sniff to determine what smells do I get, and I always, and today it was confirmed I could smell money. And so I'm with people who are with money, and we would like to thank you for being at this conference. It has been a demanding week for both President Mnangagwa, myself, and our two governments. We have been involved in the fourth session of this Bi-National Commission, which met this morning, but it was preceded by an extensive preparations, including committee meetings, as well as yesterday's ministerial sessions. But on Monday, we were at it again. We participated, both of us and our various delegations, in the 46th Ordinary SADC Heads of State and Government Summit, where Zimbabwe handed the chairpersonship of SADC over to South Africa. So you may have thought that it was a slip of the tongue by President Mnangagwa. He is following on what he did as he handed over the leadership of SADC. Now he wants to hand over the leadership of Zimbabwe and South Africa. In a way, it is fitting that the two SADC Summit and the Bi-National Commission should take place in the same week, because both meetings were focused on building inclusive, growing economies that transcend the borders of our two countries. We seek an integrated regional market where in the end we are not only able to trade with each other, but where we work together to produce goods and services that we need, using the abundant resources as well as skills that we have in our region. Relations between South Africa and Zimbabwe have their origin and deep roots in our history. Long before our countries had these borders, long before the arrival of colonial settlers, even before the founding of the civilizations of Great Zimbabwe and Mapungubwe, in recent times we were bound together by a common struggle against colonialism, against a struggle against white minority rule and apartheid. At great cost to themselves, the people of Zimbabwe provided shelter, passage, and support to South African freedom fighters and exiles. They suffered greatly. They held their own development back in order to support us as South Africa to be free. This is a debt of gratitude that we can never pay and that we will never be able to afford. And we thank you for paying that debt, for incurring those sacrifices. In times of struggle, solidarity meant refuge and resistance. Today, solidarity means jobs, investments, and a trading relationship that benefits both our peoples. Trade between our countries is both well established and growing. In fact, we've been trading with each other for generations and generations. Bilateral trade between South Africa and Zimbabwe reached 81 billion rand in 2025. This was nearly double what it was in 2021. Zimbabwe is South Africa's second largest export destination on this continent. And South Africa is Zimbabwe's largest single source of imports from the rest of the world. But this trade relationship is imbalanced. The value of South African exports to Zimbabwe is roughly 8 times the value of its imports from Zimbabwe. Much of what South Africa sends over the Limpopo River are finished goods, vehicles, earth-moving equipment, industrial cleaning and mining products. Zimbabwe sends raw and semi-processed material south, such as coal and coke products, chrome, ore, gold, semi-finished steel, and raw tobacco. This pattern of finished goods flowing one way and the raw commodities flowing the other way has been an impediment to the economic growth and development that we should have. This pattern has defined Africa's trade relations with the rest of the world since colonial times. The Africa Continental Free Trade Area was introduced to address precisely these imbalances, both within our continent and beyond our shores. Through the Africa Continental Free Trade Area, we can expand trade between our two countries, or African countries as a whole. We can put our natural resources to better use. We can develop our industries and create more jobs for our people. That is why we welcome the strong presence of South African and Zimbabwean businesses at this forum. Governments can determine policy. We can sign agreements as we did today, and we can ratify protocols. But it is business that turns a signed agreement between two governments into a shipment, into a factory or a job. It is business that invests. Governments deal with the regulatory process to enable businesses to invest and to create jobs. Governments can align custom procedures and standardized regulations, but it is business that produces the goods and carries them across the borders. As South Africa, we see Zimbabwe as a key regional market for our goods, our products and services, and we remain optimistic about the prospects of a Zimbabwean economy. But on the contrary, we want Zimbabwe to also see South Africa in the same light. According to the African Development Bank, real GDP growth in Zimbabwe rose to an estimated 7.5% in 2025, driven by expansion in number of key sectors, including mining and agriculture. Inflation is down on the back of the new Zimbabwean gold currency. South African exporters and investors need predictability to commit capital at scale, and a steadier Zimbabwean economy gives them just that. Zimbabwe's economy is becoming more and more attractive. We are committed to developing the infrastructure that is needed to facilitate the movement of goods across our borders. The Beitbridge border post is the main commercial border between South Africa and Zimbabwe. And may I say that Zimbabwe has already shown enormous and demonstrable displays of great development. Some 2-3 years ago, I met my elder brother at the United Nations. And when we met in the corridors of the United Nations, he will remember this. I said to him, "Oh, I'll be traveling to the north of the Limpopo province." And he said, "Oh, will you be near the Limpopo River?" I said, "Yes." And he says, "I'll come and meet you there." So when that time came, I informed him that, yes, I am going now. We were going to launch the BMA, the Border Management Agency, in the town of Musina, but I decided that I wanted to go to the border. So we met at the border. He came over to South Africa, and we looked at our own border infrastructure. And we went around, and I could see that he was chuckling. He was chuckling quietly, and he kept just looking. He didn't make any comment, no comment at all. And then thereafter it was, and he said, "Well, why don't you come across to see on our side?" And he said it so nicely. And you see, my appointment was in Musina, which is like 15, 20 kilometers into South Africa. So I'm at the border, so I'm supposed to go back now that we have met. But he says, "No, why don't you come? I just come and, see what we do there." And indeed, I obliged. It's very difficult to say no to my elder brother. So I obliged. I just as soon as we crossed the South African side, and if you've been there, you will be as impressed as I was. I was just gobsmacked. What they have done in modernizing their side of the border, processes and infrastructure, is just second to none. It's modern, world-class. You could think that New York is not even a comparator. You could it is absolutely fantastic, world-class. They have built a border system where people who are crossing get processed, cars get processed, trucks that carry goods get processed within a short space of time. They have the camera that sees what's in the vehicle and all that. Completely different from our side. I just hung my head in shame. He had blown my mind, and now he was smiling broadly. He was smiling broadly. But what he did do is to show me what we are falling behind on as South Africa. And then I asked him, how did you do this? Because it is so modern, it is so tech, it is everything that you can think of. He says, "No, we have commissioned this to the private sector. We brought in the private sector. They have built this. They are running it." And he said, like 15 years later, they are going to hand it back to us. And it's us. But he then said, in the meantime, we are also getting revenue from it. And I then realized that he is very smart. Very, very smart. So I learned something from there. I immediately came back home, and my elder brother, if you would have heard me in my cabinet and all over, I kept describing what you exposed me to. So Zimbabwe is moving ahead in more ways than one. It is modernizing, it is punching ahead, growing at 7.25%, and so the economy of Zimbabwe is in great recovery. The mining sector is growing, and they're doing a number of really wonderful things. They've built a brand new parliament, and he's in the habit of calling me so that I can see exactly what he's doing. Now, for years, Zimbabwe has experienced challenges, many challenges, inadequate infrastructure, inefficient processes, and many others. But now, the Zimbabwe that we are now trading with, the Zimbabwe that we are dealing with, is a Zimbabwe that is on the move. So for us as South Africa, it is real joy to have a neighbor, Minister Tau, on our northern side, who is growing, who is becoming a market for us, but a neighbor who we would also like to start making us a market, making South Africa a market, creating finished goods that they can bring into South Africa so that we're not the only ones who export finished goods. And this is where the equalization should begin to come in. We don't compete against each other, we compete with each other against the whole world and indeed the continent. That is exactly what we want. The one-stop border post is what is now under development. Zimbabwe has modernized its border post. We are now going to embark, and we are embarking on a process of modernizing our border post. What I can say, and I can say this to my fellow South Africans, that we tend to take too long. In Zimbabwe, the decision is taken, a project is implemented. We've been wanting to modernize our border post in Mosina, in Beitbridge for the longest time. But we are glad that Zimbabwe has in fact shown us how it can be done, how quickly it can be done, and how well it can operate. We are learning a lot from you, my elder brother, and we will continue to follow in the footsteps that you are setting ahead. We will set up that one-stop border post, which is under development. Custom processes will be aligned, and these advances are not confined to the bridge that crosses the Limpopo River. We don't want them to be confined to that. They are part of a far broader vision of a corridor that links the port of Durban in the south to the Democratic Republic of the Congo in the north. They are part of a broader regional undertaking to build corridors that are not merely conduits for traded goods, but are arteries of industry, commerce, as well as employment. The Musina-Makado Special Economic Zone, located next to the Beitbridge border post, is a good example of how these corridors can work. The Special Economic Zone this Special Economic Zone has the potential to be an industrial corridor, supporting beneficiation in mining, in agriculture, agro-processing, milling, packaging, and a host of other industries. We know that Zimbabwe exports gold, chrome ore, and semi-finished steel to South Africa in large numbers, yet very little of the refining and finishing that follows happens in our region. Now, we need to explore potential joint ventures between South African and Zimbabwean firms to realize the full value of these resources. Now, it is good that we are speaking here to South African and Zimbabwean businesses. Here is an opportunity where joint venturing can become the order of the day. We already have a joint venture as the government of Zimbabwe and South Africa. We work together. We have a binational together, which guides the work that we do. We need to establish cross-border industrial zones that links South African capital, technology, and market access with Zimbabwean minerals and labor. Our governments have already agreed on the architecture to make this work. We have established a joint technical committee on trade and industry to facilitate the cooperation in industrial value chains, as well as infrastructure development, special economic zones, and industrial development parks. Now, we are taking forward the work that needs to be done through the Memorandum of Understanding on Economic Cooperation. Our development finance institutions have already committed significant resources to building and improving the infrastructure that underpins our economic cooperation. They now need to invest in the industrial capacity to produce the goods that will travel along this infrastructure. The expectations of this business forum are great, and we heard very clearly how you also wish that you should have something that is similar to the BNC that we have. Our BNC has been meant to meet every year, but it's not that really practical. So our officials and ministers seem to have decided that we should meet every other year, but in between, our ministers and officials must meet to review progress that is being made on the decisions that we have taken. But it does not mean that we will not be meeting. My elder brother and myself at head of state level are able to meet even in between because it is so easy to cross each other's borders. 1 hour away and we are able to meet. So we will continue to meet even at bilateral or head of state level on an ongoing basis in between the BNCs. The other day I went to visit my brother, my elder brother, at his farm so that we can have a good bilateral on a number of issues that affect our region. And I was able to see his cattle, I was able to see his farming operations, and there was a big noise. Why did you go there? What were you discussing? And we said, but what heads of state discuss between themselves in a tete-a-tete is usually not to be shared unless we want to share it. So I even got a question in Parliament, my elder brother, I even have a question in Parliament about what you even fed me. What did you give? So I would say that for you as business, I heard you in your report that you would like to have something like our BNC. I would encourage that. And I think our ministers of trade should discuss this and encourage you to have a Zimbabwe-South Africa business partnership which meets maybe every year or every other year. And it might also be good to have it meet like this at the same time as our BNC, so that we then have a business forum. You meet in the morning, we meet in the morning, and then we come back and meet like this, and then we add a few little processes that can enrich this process. So this is how we can deliver on this partnership we have. A partnership that should lead, yes, to the elimination of tariffs on both sides so that our trade can be more effective. And we welcome the decision that we should eliminate the tariffs between our two countries, and we should trade with each other without tariffs, without impediments, and we should be able to sell goods backwards and forwards on an ongoing basis to grow our economies. And we do need to do this so that we can improve our value chains, using particularly the natural resources that are mined in both of our countries, using the skills and capabilities in one country to complement the technology in the other, using capital from one country to finance factories, mines, and data in the other country. Our companies need to find these opportunities and they need to invest in them. So we are encouraging you to go beyond just admiring one another. I don't know whether you've been admiring one another today at this conference. So we want to encourage you to move from contact to contract. Contact to contract. And that's what we want to hear next time. And in fact, to our two ministers, when we next come, and we will meet in Zimbabwe, when we next hold a business forum, President Mnangagwa and myself would want to hear you announce partnership announcement, the amount of money you are going to invest in each other's countries, the companies that you are going to focus in, the industries you are going to focus in. So in the end, on my side, and I'll speak to my about what my elder brother will also expect, we don't just want to come and show our pretty faces. And our faces are really pretty. We want, more seriously, we want to hear real outcomes of what you talk about, your dealings, and your announcements about going to invest certain amounts of money. So when I came in here, I said I could smell money, but I want to smell factories. I want to smell real investments that are taking place. So, in the end, my elder brother and I will refuse to come to one of your forums unless there are going to be announcements about investments that you are going to make. Our time is very expensive. So you've got to buy our time with investments that you're going to announce. So that's what I say. Because economic relations between our two countries have survived a whole lot of shocks, currency shocks, policy shifts, difficult conditions on both sides of the border. And yet trade between our two countries has kept on growing. But we also want to see how you as business people are able to foster investments, are able to call us and tell us the investments that you are now embarking on or have embarked on or will be announcing. It says much about what we can achieve once we start building together instead of merely trading across a river. We've been trading for the longest time. We now need to invest. We've been selling things at times that are made by other people in other lands. Let us now invest in what we make. In the end, the relationship between South Africa and Zimbabwe was founded in a shared struggle for freedom. It continues today in a shared struggle for economic growth, for employment and prosperity for all. So today, let the instruments of struggle that we have utilized in the past become instruments of financial markets, of factories, of mines and roads and ports. But the principle of solidarity remains. Our growth is Zimbabwe's growth. Zimbabwe's growth must be our growth. Our development is Zimbabwe's development, and Zimbabwe's development is South Africa's development. When Zimbabwe rises, we also as South Africa rise. When Zimbabwe prospers, we as South Africa also prosper. So together, Zimbabwe and South Africa, having abundant resources means advantages. And together, we should harness our shared capabilities to achieve progress and prosperity for both our nations and for all our people. I'd like to believe that now is the time for cooperation, but for cooperation not just to come and make speeches. It should be cooperation where we learn from each other. Like I learned when President Mnangagwa, he was not boasting, he was just showing me what was capable. When he took me to Zimbabwe's side of the border, I learned from that, and I came back and I said, we've got to do what Zimbabwe has done. Now is the time. Now is the time to go beyond making speeches. Now is the time to go beyond just holding conferences. Now is the time for us to put into practice what we want to see happening between South Africa and Zimbabwe. We are a great people. We are a great people, and President Mnangagwa is right in saying, ilizwe lakhiwa ngabantu balo. This region of Southern Africa, specifically Zimbabwe and South Africa, where we are linked together, we will build it on our own, and let's work together to do that. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. Your Excellencies, thank you so much for gracing us with your presence at this business forum. Our business leaders will continue to engage post this event and indeed take heed of your guidance, as the next set of sessions are scheduled to be B2B, business-to-business engagements. It is there where we expect that your directives will find expression in contacts moving into contracts. As we transition to the next part of our program, it is my singular honor once again to thank our presidents for gracing this business forum. May I, on our behalf, grant our presidents leave as we transition to the B2B sessions. Thank you very much. Thank you once again, ladies and gentlemen. That now brings us to the end of this session into the B2B engagements. Thank you very much.